Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the workshop meeting of the Tomball ISD Board of Trustees. It's called to order now, February 9th, 2026 at 5:32 p.m. For the record, a quorum is present. All current trustees are in attendance tonight. The meeting is being recorded in accordance with Government Code Section 551.128. The main purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive reports from the administration and review the business agenda for the regular meeting, which takes place tomorrow night, Tuesday, February 10th. Any action regarding items on the business agenda will be taken at the regular meeting. This meeting of the Board of Trustees is a meeting that's open to the public. However, it is not a meeting of the public. Public participation is limited to designated times during the meeting for citizen comment for those that have registered to speak in accordance with board procedures. We ask for your cooperation in ensuring that the meeting runs in an orderly manner. Tonight we have no public comments on agenda items, no public comments on non-agenda items. So with that, we'll move into the oath of office. Let me explain a little bit how this goes. We will begin this evening by administering the oath of office to our newly appointed board member, Mr. Patrick Beecher, to fulfill the unexpired term for position 1. The process for tonight will be for Mr. Beecher to come up to the front with his family. He will then sign the statement of officer in accordance with the Texas Constitution. Basically, this is a form that he signs stating that he did not offer or promise to pay anyone for the votes he received to get into office. Our wonderful legislature, full of forms. Next, Mr. Beecher will take the oath of office, and that'll be done by the Honorable Lincoln Goodwin, Justice of the Peace, Precinct 4, Place 1. He will administer the oath of office, and Mr. Beecher and Judge Goodwin will then each sign the oath of office. I will now turn the meeting over to Judge Goodwin for administration of the statement of officer and the oath of office. Mr. Beecher, would you come on up?
Welcome everybody. I'm Judge Goodwin. This is one of the rare times people are actually excited to get an oath from me. So, what a happy time. Well, let's put you. Oh, I'm supposed to take this microphone because we're all supposed to be connected up, and it's recorded, and so it's between Patrick and I. If any one of y'all can dribble, we've got a basketball team. Okay, yep. So well, let's do this. You're going to face me, Patrick, and all right. Can y'all hear me? Okay, is this recording all right? You think so?
Let's check that mic.
They said I don't need to turn it on. It is on.
Testing? No.
It's not coming.
Check.
And then here, why don't y'all come right up here, right where you want to be?
Can the audience hear it better than we can? Yes? Okay, maybe
There we go.
it's just not traveling
Kind
this
of,
way.
maybe? Because
Just use your
you're going to
t-shirt.
want this for sure, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, okay. Well, I can do that. All right. I think I can kind of hear it. Okay. Well, congratulations to you, Patrick. I'm going to administer the oath of office to you. If you will, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
I, Patrick Beecher,
I, Patrick Beecher,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of Tomball ISD School Trustee
of the office of the Tomball ISD School Trustee,
Position 1 of the State of Texas,
Position 1 of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the constitutions and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Thank you.
Judge Goodwin, I want to thank you for always stepping in. Whenever we need anything, you're always there, and much appreciated.
We'll get a picture with you and your family. One of the few people I can hug. He still talks to me and he looks good. Free to go. You are dismissed. John. You are on my
Congratulations, Mr. Beecher. Come on up to the dais.
Mr. President, before she walks out, I wanted to acknowledge our former board member, Kathy Hansen, who is here in the audience. Kathy, great to see you. Great to be a part of the district still. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Welcome, Mr. Beecher. We are so glad to have you as we round out the team of 8 once again. Nice to have you. We will move on to recognitions. We have 2 recognitions this evening. The first is the Leo, let me get the readers on, Leo H. Gammon Jr. Life Safety Community Partner Award. Jeff Cook and Jeremiah Whittingberg from the Tomball Fire Department will come to present the recognition for the evening. We're very excited about this.
First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to come present this tonight. I'm Jeff Cook. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief and the Fire Marshal for Tomball Fire Rescue. This is Deputy Fire Marshal Jeremiah Whittenberg. The Leo H. Gammon Memorial Life Safety Award is a fire department award that's presented for recognition of outstanding dedication and leadership in promoting and ensuring life safety. Leo Gammon was involved in almost everything in the Tomball area that deals with life safety. He was a police dispatcher, an EMT, a firefighter, a former fire chief, and the city's first fire marshal. He was also very instrumental in helping create the EMS service that we have here. Community involvement with fire departments is crucial for a variety of reasons, including increasing awareness and educational opportunities. This year, Tomball Fire Rescue created a new award to further recognize the spirit of Leo Gammon, to honor citizens who have made large contributions to the safety of residents in the Tomball area. Life safety doesn't stop at the fire station doors or at the city limits. In fact, some of the most impactful work happens behind the scenes through strong partnerships, and that's exactly what this award is intended for. As a previous recipient of the Leo H. Gammon Memorial Life Safety Award, I'm going to have Jeremiah present our inaugural members. And I'll
Thank you, sir. The first recipients of this award have worked closely with the Tomball Fire Rescue and the Fire Marshal's Office throughout the entire year. And when I say closely, I mean side by side, in the hallways, in gyms, in command rooms, doing the hard, often behind-the-scene work that most people never see or appreciate. They have spent countless hours developing and refining emergency preparedness and plans for every school in the district. They've ensured that school staff members, resource officers, first responders, law enforcement, fire, and EMS are not just trained independently, but are working together during these fire drills, lockdown drills, and emergency exercises all across TISD campuses. What really sets them apart is that they don't just treat these drills and exercises simply as a checkbox. They treat them as opportunities to improve by highlighting the positives, identifying the gaps, and taking the steps required to ensure those gaps are filled. They make sure everyone involved understands their roles and responsibilities before an actual emergency ever happens. Because of their leadership and commitment, the school district's emergency management department has been elevated to an entirely different level. One that prioritizes preparedness, coordination, and the safety of students and staff above all else. These 2 individuals have strengthened the relationship between the school district and public safety agencies, and as a result, our community is safer because of the work that they do every day. It is truly an honor for us to present the first ever Leo H. Gammon Life Safety Community Partner Award to Stephanie Thomas and Nadia Zapata.
Congratulations again to Stephanie and Nadia. We're very proud of both of you. The next recognition, we're very excited that we have not all, but many of our incredible Tomball ISD counselors. We want you to know that although this is National School Counseling Week, we appreciate the work that you do that has become increasingly more challenging as the years have gone by. Thank you for what you do. We'd like to recognize our counselors, and the TISD Counselor of the Year, Dr. Michael Webb, will lead us in the next recognition.
Thank you. President Lewandowski, Dr. Zamora, and members of the board, please join me this evening in celebrating our extraordinary Tomball ISD counselors in honor of National School Counselors Week. School counselors play a critical role in shaping the lives of our students, providing the support, guidance, and resources they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. They are the advocates, champions, and trusted guides who help students navigate the challenges of growing up and plan for a future full of possibilities. This week, we honor their dedication and reflect on the profound impact they make every day. Whether they are providing individual counseling, facilitating small group meetings, interventions, teaching guidance lessons, collaborating with teachers and families, or guiding students in course and program planning, their influence resonates throughout our schools. Let me share just a few of their remarkable accomplishments this year. In the fall semester alone, our counselors have referred over 155 students to Clear Hope Counseling, where they have received extended support made possible by the Tomball Regional Health Foundation grant. Our counselors have also referred over 129 students to T-Chat, receiving virtual counseling support at no cost to families. All of our junior highs and all of our high schools now each have a thriving Hope Squad. Our elementary counselors have delivered over 7,000 classroom guidance, small group, and individual activities and interventions. Most importantly, this year, counselors have conducted 210 risk assessments connecting these students to the immediate care and support they need. So tonight, we recognize and celebrate these incredible professionals who work tirelessly to ensure that every student is safe, supported, and prepared to achieve their best futures, whether the future includes college, a career, or military service. Thank you, counselors, for the difference you make in the lives of students and families every single day. Happy Counselors Week. Now, for our formal recognition, I'd like to invite each counselor present to the front as I call your name. With us this evening, we have Alfred Jones, Tomball Memorial High School. Mark Floyd, Tomball Memorial High School. Megan Agnew, North Point Intermediate. Yadira Flores, Rose Hill Elementary. Jennifer Fontenot, Tomball High School. Karen Smith, Tomball High School. Nizer Vela, Tomball High School. Cindy Hamilton, West Intermediate School. Brenda Bisarel, Canyon Point Elementary. Jessica Barnett, Creekview Elementary. Iban Lozana, Early Excellence Academy. Ashley Foley, Tomball Intermediate. Finally, as a part of counselor recognition, we are proud to honor our two counselors of the year for the 25-26 school year. Tiffany Toohey, representing elementary and intermediate, and Ashley Summerall, representing junior high and high school. Tiffany Toohey with Tomball Elementary, and Ashley Summerall with Grand Lakes Junior High. Both exemplify what it means to be a student-centered leader. They work tirelessly to remove barriers to learning, support the whole child, and ensure students feel seen, safe, and empowered to succeed. They are strong advocates for the role of the school counselor and consistently model best practices in a comprehensive, data-informed program. Tiffany and Ashley are trusted go-to leaders among their peers, collaborative, solution-oriented, and committed to building strong partnerships with students, families, and staff. Their impact is felt not just in the individual student outcomes, but in the positive culture and climate they create on their campuses every day. Please join me in congratulating our Counselors of the Year and all of our Tomball ISD counseling team.
Once again, congratulations to all of the counselors of Tomball ISD. Moving on. Can I move on? Okay. Now I will. We are completing the recognitions. I'll go into reports. So if anybody wants to escape, I'm kind of looking at this side of the room. This is the time. I think they already knew what to do. Okay, moving on to reports. We have a handful of reports this evening. The first one is the 27-28 instructional calendar. I know a lot of work goes into this with a lot of people, so I appreciate Karen Graves and the work that she does every year to make this happen with the input of so many throughout this district and community. So our Director of Administrative Services, Karen Graves.
Thank you, Dr. Salazar-Zamora. Good evening.
Pull that down a little bit, please, hon. Thank you.
There we go.
There you go.
Good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, members of the board and cabinet. So, yes, I'm here to introduce to you the calendar as recommended by the Calendar Committee for the 2027-2028 school year. And yes, we started a few years back trying to get a calendar approved 2 years ahead of time to allow our community and staff and students time to plan. So you'll see up here the members of the 27-28 calendar committee. And if you are in the audience, please raise your hand. If you're out there, we have a few here. It's hard to get everyone to come back in the evening, but I appreciate all of you so much and the time that you put into getting feedback from your campuses or from the parents in your community. It's very valuable to us, and it helps us to kind of get the temperature of the different areas of the district. Okay, and I know many of you have seen this information before, but just kind of reminding you what goes into our consideration when we are looking at the instructional calendar creation. First and foremost, at the center, you see we are looking at what's best instructionally for our students, our faculty, and our community. So every time we have a question about whether we want to do something, we want to come back to that point. Is this going to be the best thing to do for our students with instruction? So the directive charge to the committee when we meet is to develop a calendar for Tomball ISD that encompasses the following criteria. We have to meet the requirements set by the state of Texas and also by the Board of Trustees in our policy. And again, we want to make sure it's instructionally sound. So as far as the state requirements that we must meet when we're putting a calendar together, the school district may not begin instruction for students before the fourth Monday in August unless the district operates a year-round system. That's what the law says, and I know many of you are going, but that's not what the calendar looks like. I'll get to that in just a minute. The state also requires teacher contracts to be a minimum of 187 days. So we have to make sure that however we structure the calendar, we have that amount of days for our faculty. The state also mandates that our students must have 75,600 operational minutes. And we currently are able to enjoy 2,100 total waiver minutes from the state that we can use for staff development. So when we're looking at the number of days for our students and the number of minutes, we can subtract 2,100 minutes if we use that for staff development. And we do choose to do that as a district. We find that very valuable. Each district may choose how to apply its approved staff development waiver minutes each year. Now, our District of Innovation is what allows us to begin our school calendar a little earlier. And by the way, most districts in our region have a District of Innovation plan. And so most of them do start earlier than the fourth Monday in August. That allows for more balanced semesters so that the first semester is not a whole lot shorter than the second semester. And we also have in our innovation plan that teachers will begin no earlier than the first Monday in August. So committee considerations, and this has been, some of them have carried forward every year, but ones that the committee find are very important. We need to provide staff development throughout the school year rather than all of it lumped up front or at the end of the school year. Develop a calendar with semesters similar in length. Maintain a familiar routine around testing times. Students tend to do better when you do that. No holidays prior to state testing. Provide a day before school starts for teachers to have classroom time. We like to finish our instructional year before Memorial Day. Our community has repeatedly offered support for doing so. Finish the instructional year, oh sorry, I just said that. Absences the day before Election Day. We started to do that a few years ago. Most districts have Election Day off for safety reasons because you can't vet people coming into the school buildings to vote. And so it's just a safer thing to do, and pretty much every district does give Election Day off. We also found that when you do that, many families were choosing to take a 4-day weekend. And so, again, most districts decided to begin giving that Monday off as well. So we have that in the calendar. Also provide break for families and possibly staff in October. This one has become very popular. A lot of districts are giving a week off in October. We do not think that's instructionally sound. And there's other reasons that we'll go into in a minute why we haven't gone for that. But we have chosen to give a kind of a very long weekend for families to sort of compromise on that. Okay, so this is the 2025-2026 calendar. That's the one we're operating under right now. So when we have the calendar committee, we try to look at what's going to, we start with that. If we were to take this calendar and put it onto 27-28, what would that look like? Because we have pretty favorable feedback for this particular calendar. So if it looks good on 27-28, then that's kind of where we start. And basically, when we started with that, that's kind of where we ended up. Everybody came back with feedback, and it actually looks really good on 27-28, and I'll show you that in a minute. This I put in there just so you know, 26-27 was approved last year, and it is also the same pretty much as 25-26 with the exception of a staff development day in March. that normally would be on the 22nd, the Monday after spring break, but we put it before spring break because we didn't want to have that Monday off and that Friday off for Good Friday. That's just the way Easter fell for next year, and that was approved last year. So for 2027 and 2028, it looks very similar to what we currently have and what we will have next year. The only difference is the change of where the dates fall. But as a calendar person, I was very excited with this calendar because if you'll notice, it's so neat and clean. We get Christmas right in the middle of the 2 weeks. We get Easter in April, so we get a nice break in April with Good Friday. We get, it just, everything felt very neatly from a geeky calendar perspective. So hopefully everybody else will like it too. I think the feedback we had from the campuses and families that we heard from appreciated the way it looked. So this is the one that the calendar committee is going to recommend that the board approve. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them for you.
What is the bright yellow highlighting in August?
Okay, I apologize for that. I tried to get the gray around the outside of it. Those are staff days, and the reason I kind of had them in yellow right now is to differentiate that those are new teacher staff days. Yeah.
And Karen, just to go back, several years ago, we changed from approving 1 year in advance to approving the 2 years in advance.
Yes.
And we did that because our community wanted to be able to make plans for spring break maybe a year and a half in advance. So
Yes.
that's why we're actually approving tomorrow, 27, 28, is because 26, 27 was approved last year.
Correct. That was one of the reasons. And there were other reasons as well. It kind of helps us to set our calendars as well, when we start setting our staff calendars, because depending on your staff position, you have a different type of calendar and a different number of days that you meet. And it really does help to plan ahead. There are some possible drawbacks to it that we deal with as they come up. Sometimes the legislature will change something on us, and if that happens, we'll have to make a change. And every once in a while, we may have to make a change within that 2-year period, but hopefully not. Most cases, we don't have to do that.
And this time we don't have to. So 26, 27 is.
So far, we're looking good, unless the legislature's not meeting this year, so we should be good.
Okay.
I want to add to that point, I think it's important, thank you for bringing that up, Mr. McStravick, because we're doing this also, as was mentioned, for families to plan.
Yes.
And one of the things you're going to hear a lot about as we go into this next school year is just a reminder of attendance matters, and we all, in a sense, as a community, own attendance, whether it's your child or a child in your school, a child in your district, a child in your community. Most importantly, if a child is not in school, they are not receiving instruction. But it also does have an impact on the district. Our overall attendance has always been good, but I will tell you, since coming back from COVID, which we need to realize now has been several years, it has not always been as strong as I think it could and should be. I think at times there's become this feeling of, oh, but I could take this trip for extended periods of time with my family on a different time. If families could use this calendar as a reminder of the time in which instruction is on and not, it is helpful for the district overall and helpful to their child to have actual direct instruction from the fabulous staff that we have here in Tomball ISD. There's a lot more to come on attendance matters, but I could not miss this opportunity to kick us off now.
And that's a great thing to mention. So hopefully this gives 2 years to plan and lots of nice breaks throughout the year to work with.
Exactly.
So they don't
Mickey
need
Mouse is
extra
happier
days.
when the school is out.
Yes.
Saying.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much. We appreciate
thank
it. All right. Next, we have the annual performance report, none other than our very own Mark White, who I know is here. There he is. You were hiding, Mark. Mark White, Assistant Superintendent of Accountability, will give us the latest information for all to hear regarding the APR.
President Lewandowski, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, and board members. This presentation is to fulfill a requirement that the annual report be presented to the public. You did get a preview of this report. The PDF is about 500 or 600 pages. Luckily, this report is 4 or 5 pages, so we should be able to get through it quickly. This report goes over the basic contents of that report. Following tonight's public presentation of it, it will appear on our website for public access tomorrow. This is just some background on the purpose and the structure of this report. It does include the performance objectives, which are inside of the campus improvement plans and the district improvement plans, which from last year, not from this year, since this is the annual report for 2024-25. So it goes over what were the performance objectives, which were approved in October of that year, and then it follows up with what were the results. And so that's the TAPR, which is the TAPR reports, which is a report that the state puts out that's a summary of all the STAR reports, the CCMR reports, everything that they'll fold into our accountability rating. There's a few specialized reports in there as well, like the District Special Education Compliance Report. That's a status that we carry, and PEIMS financial reports. This report used to be over 1,000 pages. Some of you guys have been doing this a while, remember that. It's actually scaled back over 400 pages since the states, on that TAPR report, the state started providing a hyperlink on the last page of each campus report to the financial reports. And so we no longer have to provide all of the financial reports at the campus level within the annual report. So it is about half the size that it used to be. The report also includes our district's accreditation status, which just came out. It was the last thing I put in there. The state was running a little late on that. A summary of discipline reports, which are the same reports that appeared inside of the district improvement plan from that year. A summary of the school violence prevention policies that appear inside of our board policies, and a series of TPER reports. The TPER reports come from the Higher Education Coordinating Board, and those are those reports of how many of our kids matriculated, how long did they stay, and how many went to 4-year schools, 2-year schools, how many of them stayed all of freshman year, those types of postgraduate or post-high school graduation reports that we use that aren't necessarily part of our accountability matrix, but they are a bit of a litmus test on the vitality of our program. This report also includes a status update on the board goals, which are the early lit, math, and CCMR goals that we have to that each district has to develop as well. And then at the end, we have links to resources, including a glossary. In that district information pages, which is the front part of the document, we'll have a profile and a brief history of Tomball ISD, a description of all of our major programs, including our general ed academic programs, and then our specialty programs as well, such as special education and bilingual ed. We have our full list of campuses, and then we have the demographic report from the 2024, it's not going back that far, 2024-25 school year. Within the annual reports section, we do have those actual performance objectives from the CIPs, the accountability ratings from that year, which we only received last April. Those TAPR reports, including those financial links of which I spoke, that accreditation status, discipline reports, the TPER reports, and the end of that section will include the update on our early lit and math plan. We have not changed those plans over the time. However, we have to build new goals out every 5 years that are kind of re-benchmarked according to state. So the first year in that 5-year cycle, we have an update for, since we're starting a new 5-year cycle this year. And so we worked in a committee to look at where our rates were, and then we project them forward, trying to grow our results by at least 1 percentage point in each category every year. And again, we're planning to publish the report tomorrow, so that'll be available to the public. All of the information in those reports has actually been provided to you in other separate reports, either by Zach or by Dr. Webb, when it came to our STAR results and our CIPs.
Any questions for Mr. White?
I don't think the full report got attached in board books.
Yep.
If we could get that, just as a record, attach it to the meeting in board books. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next report is the annual fund balance report, and our Chief Financial Officer, Zach Bowles, making his way over there, will give us that report.
All right, good evening, President Lewandowski, Dr. Salazar Zamora, members of the board. Tonight I'll be presenting the district's annual fund balance report as required under Board Policy CE Local. The district's fund balance report provides a listing of fund balance amounts by type and addresses compliance with the policy's required minimum reserves that must be held in either assigned or unassigned fund balances. That requirement, as defined under Board Policy CE Local, requires that at a minimum, the district shall maintain assigned and unassigned fund balances equal to or exceeding 3 months of the average operating expenditures of the current budget. And so ultimately what that means is that at the end of each fiscal year, we take a look at what the fund balances are as of June 30th, and we're going to compare those against the current year's budget. So we're going to take a look at June 30th, 2025, and make that comparison against the adopted board budget or adopted expenditure budget for 25-26 fiscal year. So as of June 30th, and this is audited now with the adoption of the audit in last month's board meeting, we had $890,000 in non-spendable fund balances, and that's going to account for inventories that are held in our transportation, child nutrition, custodial, and maintenance departments. $3.5 million is held as restricted fund balances. This is representing state mandated programs, and for Tomball ISD, this is related to the CTE allotment. And so these funds are set aside specifically for that purpose at the beginning of each budget year, typically in June or following in August. You'll have a request that comes to the board to release restricted fund balances for CTE. And so you see that every year. These are funds that have built up at one point in time, but as we've expanded our CTE selections and pathways, those CT restricted funds are starting to be utilized and are dwindling down now as we move year to year. Under committed fund balances, these are fund balances that require board resolution to be set aside. And $20 million of that $23 million is set aside specifically for construction projects. That was done at a time where we needed to safeguard against the impacts we were seeing with inflation that occurred in construction right after we passed Bond 2021. And so we initially held $36 million set aside for construction. As we've continued to progress throughout the Bond 2021 projects, we were able to release $16 million of that in fall of 2024. As we continue to close out Bond 2021 projects, we definitely expect that we're going to be able to release some of that further. Our team, LAN, Mr. Ross, they're working to ensure that we complete all of those Bond 2021 projects and return all of those funds back to the general fund unused. The remaining $3.1 million is related to Strategic Plan 2030, and this was set aside, again, committed as under board resolution in the fall of 2024. At the close of last year, we did not have any fund balances designated as assigned, and the remaining $82.4 million is designated as unassigned. And unassigned is just that. It is not specifically assigned or designated for any one purpose. It's there to support the general operations of the district if it's needed. In regards to the 3-month requirement that falls under board policy, Our total assigned, in case of this year, unassigned fund balances were $82.4 million, and that equates to 4.15 months of operating expenditures. So we are meeting and have satisfied the requirements under board policy. One of the questions we get a lot is what's the purpose in maintaining a fund balance, and specifically, why do we need a fund balance that is 3 months of our operating expenditures? And so board policy lays that out and states that the district should retain sufficient reserves to ensure against unanticipated events that may adversely affect the financial condition of the district and jeopardize continuation of services. Typically, when I think our first thought when we think of unanticipated events, we think about weather-related natural disasters, whether that's a hurricane, a flood. We've seen our most extensive damage come from a winter storm in Uri in 2021. And so those are some of the first things that come to mind, but there are other times that fund balance is needed. Specifically, over the last couple of fiscal years, the board has approved and adopted a deficit budget. And that was to smooth the impacts of, from an economic standpoint, of inflation that had occurred significantly since COVID. And then also at the same time you're addressing the inflation, you saw a stagnation of state funding, where over the course of 6 years, state funding at a per student level when it comes to the basic allotment had not increased or changed. And so what we were able to do with our fund balance was just smooth the impacts of that over time. It allowed us to continue operating at a high level that the district expects without having to make any significant cuts like we saw many districts across the state do. And then along with being that smoothing mechanism for operations of the districts, we see a very big impact when it comes to our bond ratings. So having a strong fund balance that we do, it continues to be a big factor when we go out to issue debt, when we have bonds like 2013, 2017, 21, and now 2025. When we issue that debt, we carry an underlying rating now of a AA+ with all three of the major rating agencies. And so what that means for the district, what that means for taxpayers is that we're able to draw the interest of more investors. It generates additional competition and ultimately leads for us to reduce the interest rates that we're having to pay on our debt. And so when we're able to reduce the interest rates that we issue debt at, over time that saves the district, saves the taxpayers interest costs on those bonds. And so that's really a very big factor of what we see come out of just the strong fund balances that we've maintained in Tomball ISD. The remaining thing that the report does is make a recommendation whether we're going to assign or designate any other fund balances. At this time, we don't have any additional recommendations for changes. There are factors that may lead into consideration as we move into the future, but as of today, we don't have any recommendations to make. Any questions? Welcome.
Thank you so much for that report. We appreciate that. Okay, the last report we have for this evening is one that I know you have been waiting for. Very excited for you to be able to see the great work that has taken some time, because what you are going to see is not the prototype that we have had traditionally, or some version of the prototype. This is going to be a one-of-a-kind in a sense. We don't have a school that looks like this, and I doubt we will moving forward. The Tomball Intermediate School Replacement Facility Schematic Design Review. I am very excited to have everyone be able to see the work that has been put into the schematic design presentation tonight. So Mr. Bowles, if you want to introduce our guest, Ms. Caitlin.
I told Caitlin I will not do this project any justice by trying to present this, so I'm going to turn it directly over to her.
You go right ahead and she has taken over this project and done an incredible job working with all of us. Despite, she and Nathan, despite our many changes, the very first meeting when I looked at it, I said, well, I like it, but I need the thing completely turned around. And they've done every single thing we've requested. Yes. We as a team.
Yes, luckily it's been pretty easy to do all that, keep up with it. So thank you all for having me here tonight. I'm very excited and honored to be able to give you an update for the Tomball Intermediate School replacement and kind of see where we are. So to get started, I do want to keep everybody aware where we are in the progress of the project. So we are still within, we just kind of finished the first phase. So within construction drawings, we have kind of 3 phases: schematic design, design development, and construction documents. So this is the part of the facility where we're getting excited about it. We're putting all your ideas on the paper to make it real, to bring forward your guys' vision. From this phase, we go into design development, which we're in now, which is a little bit more getting it realized, making it realistic, making choices that help the cost, different things like that. And then the final one is construction documents. Basically, that's where my team puts their nose to the paper and we get drawing to make sure you guys have really good, clean drawings on bid day to make everybody happy. So let's get right into the fun part. Okay. So I'm going to scroll right on. For those who do know me, I talk pretty fast normally, so I am going to take a breath and try to slow down for you guys. Hopefully you can all hear me with it. So I did want to start by thanking everybody, obviously the Board of Trustees who got partially reason we got here today, the design team throughout the district. We are not the ones designing this facility at the end of the day for us. We are designing it for the district and the community and their needs. So the design team within the district are how we can get all the information we need to give us the design that we have. I also want to thank our professional partners that are actually helping us with the design on our side. So we have the project managers, LAN, with the district as well. We have our engineering for civil and landscape, WGA. We have our structural engineering, which is IEG engineers. They are also doing our MEP, which is mechanical, electrical, and plumbing designs. We have WJHW helping us with technology, audiovisual, and acoustics. And then we have SGH helping us with the envelope. And then we also have food service design professionals helping us with food service. Okay. So the first thing we do when we get to do a new facility. So a new facility for us is super exciting because we get to start on a fresh foot with the district and try to bring to life all the things that they really need. So what we do is we actually task the district with some homework. And the first thing we do is bring forward ask for purpose and objectives for that campus. At the end of the day, just like I said, we are not building these facilities for us. We are building them for you and your community. So we need to know what are the driving forces that you want us to keep at the forefront as we go through the design. So these purposes and objectives actually inform not just our design team, but all of our consultants and everything. So I'm not usually a fan of just reading everything that's on a plane in front of you. However, this is so important, I do think it's worth us reading through. So the first one that the district came back to us is they want a campus that will serve as a vibrant hub for learning and connection, uniting students, educators, and the community in a shared pursuit of excellence and innovation. The campus will need to foster destination excellence culture by nurturing intermediate students' character, leadership skills to prepare responsible, contributing citizens. The design will need to foster a challenging, future-focused curriculum through flexible and adaptive learning environments that encourage students' independence, teacher collaboration, and meaningful integration of digital tools. And the building will be designed by the future by fostering innovative learning through future-ready curriculum in a safe, secure, and modern environment for premier learning experience. So just like you guys all highlight with your destination excellence, the goal of this campus is to continue that path forward. Okay, so in the beginning of a project where we do not have a prototype, we don't have something to match, we need to start from basically nothing. We bring in images, we bring in ideas, and we actually ask you what are things you like, things you don't like, and we get the district involved in a collaborative environment. So what you're seeing in front of us is a photo of one of our quote-unquote design charrettes. What that is we get together and we put designs out there. We see what is important to you all. So is that the hierarchy of spaces, what programmatic needs you need, what safety and security needs, all the different things that you go through, and even going down to what does it need to look visually within the space. What is important to your district? From there, you can see here, we actually met with the district multiple times during the phase. This is actually one of our phases we meet with the district more than not, actually. And so what you're seeing in this one is a secondary design phase. So in that first one, we kind of got the ideas. We got the ideas flowing. In this one, we actually were like, well, how do we need the spaces to function? Schools all have very similar things within them, but the way they need to function is very unique to each individual space. So with that, we wanted to know what works for your district, what works for Tomball ISD. In this one, we can start seeing that once we kind of got the design, and you're going to see the actual pretty images of the design coming up, we have to also pick out the interiors. What are the materialities? What are the color schemes? How do you bring that branding and inspiration to life within the facility for the students as well?
And we have the principal in that meeting. If you notice, Tylene is in there.
Yes. And so here it is. It does seem like a lot of arts and crafts and kind of playing around, but honestly, this part of the design is one of our favorites because you kind of do get to let loose as a district. Sometimes you guys are looking at reports and papers all the time, but life is fun, and part of this is bringing that fun to the buildings, and you guys get to experience a little bit of what we get to do every day, which is bring that lightness, that activity to having fun within your job as well. So hopefully the students can feel the fun that you guys had with doing this layout within the final product as well. So as you can see, you can start to see how we started getting kind of a curved design like Dr. Zamora was noting earlier within the layouts. So going to the site plan itself, so to orientate everybody, the road that you kind of see on the north going east to west, or right to left I should say, that is 2920. The road that you see on the far right hand going north to south, or I should say up and down, that is 2978. So you're right there on that corner. That building that's labeled 2 is what we call the Baker Hughes building. It's that white building with the Tomball ISD monument in front of it. And then further down towards 7 is the Star Academy. So that can help you situate yourself with where our site is. The number 1 with the red box below it on the right bottom corner is actually the site for the new intermediate school replacement. So as you can see, our design kind of does a curve to kind of mimic what's happening with that Baker Hughes building. We want our design to fit on the aesthetic of the other compounds or the other buildings on the site, but we want it to have its own unique flair and a little bit more warmth in the design than what you see, because a lot of those other buildings, they are commercial. That was the original design for them. So this is an intermediate school. We need to bring that warmth. So you'll see that as we go a little bit further into the actual design. This next image kind of situates you a little bit closer on the design itself. So as you can see, we have that new intermediate school. We do have the parent and bus drop-off on quote unquote what looks like the back of the school, but is actually going to be the front of the school. So the side facing FM 2978 is going to be the protected side of the school. So you kind of almost have multiple what looks like front entries in a way, but the actual main portion of the front entry is going to be on that back protected side away from the 2978. In addition to that, one of the main parts and what drivers for you guys to pass the bond was getting all of your queuing off the road on Main Street. I do know probably City of Tomball will be really happy when that happens. So the new design incorporates that new innovation drive that you see at the top. What that does is allows us to bring all of the parent queuing, the bus queuing, all that stuff onto our site instead of out onto the public right-of-ways. In addition to that, you will have a service yard towards the south that you see there, an enclosed and secured outdoor area for them, and including a fire lane. As we get into the design itself, we use colors on this page to kind of situate yourself into the different aspects of it. So as you can see, we have the main entry noted as well as the bus drop-off entry. Everything that you see in this kind of orange is administration or administration support. Everything that you see in that kind of yellow is academic spaces, including special education. Anything you see in the tealish greens in the middle of the space is the library. Anything within that like light blue to the top of the thing is fine arts and fine arts support. The dark blue at the bottom corner is the gym and athletics, and then the green at the very bottom is your dining and associated spaces such as your stage as well as the cafeteria itself. And anything you see in gray is kind of support such as restrooms, mechanical rooms, any of that kind of space. So one thing that is unique with this school, besides it being a brand new design, is this has to be a 2-story intermediate school, which is not typical for Tomball. This was a little bit tighter site, so with that we had to condense it and make it a 2-story volume. So what you can see on this next one is how that second story is expressed. So the second story is pretty much reserved for academic as well as science labs that are shared. We do have another administration pod up here to help with monitoring and safety. Now we're going to get into the really exciting part, which is the images. So this is one of our perspective views of what would be that front. So as you're driving up as a parent or from the bus drop-off, this is what you would see. We wanted to mimic some of the Baker Hughes and that aesthetic that they had. However, we wanted it to be unique and much warmer. Again, that building was very commercialized when it was built, and so it has a little bit more of a cold feel to it. So we wanted to bring a little bit warmer materiality, especially down low, so that way the students have a much more welcoming environment to it. So we do have a covered bus drop-off and everything, so that way also with our weather, we know out here, you don't have rain falling on your kids the whole time. Going to the other side of the facility, this would be the side that faces the 2978. As we mentioned, you kind of have multiple quote-unquote fronts to this facility, so you need to make sure it looks aesthetic from all angles. So you can't really put everything just on the back side of it. So with this, we still wanted to make sure it was branded with Tomball ISD, still had a little bit more of that warmth while incorporating the safety and security measures. This image that you see here would be outside your gym and cafeteria. It is a shared space outside the gym and cafeteria to help with your monitoring during recess hours and different things like that. This all would be behind safe, secured fencing that meets your TA regulations. This is looking in the second floor, I should say, in your main spine. The main spine is the main corridor that runs from one side of the facility to the other. The one wonderful thing about this facility is we were able to get primarily one main spine. What that does is it helps you with safety and security. So if you have an SRO officer, they can monitor one spine. It helps with teachers being able to monitor the area as well. So multiple teachers all looking at eyes different places. So with this, you can see the library is on the right-hand side, and then you kind of have your balcony leading to your science labs on the left-hand side. And for the roof structure, it is a translucent system similar to what you have in your other high schools as well. Moving on into still within that main spine on the first floor, this would be right below that balcony condition we were looking at. So you're looking kind of into the library behind this staircase feature, and then you can start to see how we use color to help orientate yourself within the building and bring a little lightness and fun. It is an intermediate school after all. Here is one of the images of the learning stair within the library space. And then that thing on the top of that, we are calling, at least in my office, we call it the den. Goes with the cougars. You know, have to have big cat themes. So that's what we're currently calling it. Work in progress, obviously. This would be facing the other side of the library. This opens out to an outdoor courtyard that would be safe and secure, so kids can have indoor-outdoor access within that library space as well. This is an image from that second floor small learning, otherwise we're calling it the den. So you have some of those translucent panels, so you can feel a little bit more quiet. Teachers can have a quiet area up there, but it's still connected within the library to help with monitoring. And this image is the cafeteria. So one thing that we are able to express, hopefully within this design, is a little bit more connection to the outdoors through the platform. So as you can see, we are proposing some glass that goes through, so you have that connection. What this also does is monitoring. So on that side right after that is your bus drop-off and bus pickup. A lot of times within your Tomball ISD facilities, you are also organizing your kids within the cafeteria to go onto buses. So having this glass isn't just aesthetic, it also is actually good for your visualization and safety as well. And that's what I have for you guys today.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. Thoughts or questions or comments that you may have, board members?
Yeah, I'd like to go first. The most important question is, when are we going to open the school?
2028, August of 2028. That is a good question.
Okay.
Yes.
When you refer to Baker Hughes facility, you're talking about the building at the corner of 2920 and 2978.
Yes.
Is that building different than The building that houses Tomball Star Academy as far as the architecture or the colors or the?
No, so it's the Star Academy. It looks like it was designed in a similar aesthetic. The materiality is slightly different if you actually go up to the two buildings.
Okay.
The existing Baker Hughes is a plaster EIFS type of system that we would not necessarily recommend within this type of humidity and different factors within Houston. So we are not going to be moving forward with that exact same material, just because its durability is not something we would recommend.
I just was making sure that I didn't misunderstand that the Baker Hughes building, which it's actually Tomball ISD building that
Yes.
we lease to Baker Hughes, was different than any of the others that are on that campus. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk design for a second. It wasn't apparent to me in our intermediate format that we will have a different place for fifth graders and a different place for sixth graders like we have on our traditional campuses. Can you go back and show me where the fifth grade is and then separately where the sixth grade is?
Yes.
Obviously, you have common areas, but it wasn't clear to me how we're separating fifth from sixth.
And some of that will even be color, the way we're designing the area. I think you have, yeah, I don't know if
Yes.
that shows it well enough.
Fifth grade on first floor, sixth grade on second floor, is that the
So
idea?
the way that the actual academic classrooms are split up, your district can decide whether to do fifth grade on the first floor and sixth grade on the second floor. However, all science will have to occur on the second floor. The other option they can do is split it down the middle. As you can see, the library, which is that green, I'm pointing at a screen you guys can't see, sorry. That green thing in the middle is the library. If you take one wing, the wing to the south and the wing to the north, and you push them up, you can also divide. Fifth grade would be the 2 stories to the south, or sixth grade to the 2 stories to north. Either or, the district would have the opportunity to do for flexibility.
Okay, but haven't we already decided that?
I mean, the way it's built, it can go either way. The only thing that we can't change is the location of the science labs. And again, you can have one grade level on one level, the other on the other, with the exception of science, or as she said, split it. So,
Well, when will that decision be made? Because it feels like there could and should and would. Like,
well, we're still in schematic, so we're finishing up some things, and we've talked about both. I'm not sure we've landed on exactly which is best for flow and traffic and things like that, but probably very soon.
Very soon. And the actual classrooms themselves are situated in a way that they have very similar things from the 5th to the 6th grade. So the way the learning centers are set up, everything like that, they're very similar between the 2 grades. So if they did need to have that flexibility of maybe you have one year with more students in one grade or the other, they have that ability within this type of campus.
Okay. The spirit of what we're trying to do is have a 5th grade experience separate from 6th grade experience in the same building.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Hey, Michael, just to kind of go down your point a little bit more, can you point out on this particular drawing, where are the stairwells?
So the stairwells, and I'm sorry I don't have a
You
way
have
to
a pointer.
necessarily point. The stairwells are, you see those things with the little line, the black lines and the kind of creamy color? Between, I wish I had some way to point here.
And here.
Mine's not creamy, I see white.
Yes, the white, but they have, so between that blue block and the yellow block, if you're looking at the kind of athletic where the bus drop-off entry, right across from where that little dot is, that's where what the stair would look like.
This here?
Yes, I think that's a little bit. You see that?
Is there one on the north side to the north of the library?
Yes, so that is a straight run stair. That's with those little lines that are just going right next to that green.
That's by
kind
the
of bulbous.
den?
Yes.
Okay. And then the one that's
These two
down
are
at the
the
south end or the lower end, that's between the classroom and the gym.
Yes, so you have 2 off that main quote-unquote spine, so the main corridor, and then you also have 2 nestled back within that academic curve
On the
portion.
east sides?
Mhm.
Okay.
So we try to put them where the most traffic would be, while having a good separation between them to help minimize the amount of traffic you have with the kids going back and forth.
I have 2 more questions. John, you good?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, thanks.
Trying to figure out the playground. It wasn't a feature so much in your talk. Can you help me a little bit? So it's to the south. I see a basketball court. Is there a green space?
Yes,
I
so
know
you-
when we opened West Intermediate, we've got a lovely green space there. Can you help me with the vision here a little bit?
Yes, so with that playground area, we're still in the design of it. So obviously, we do know you have some just general athletic things, such as the basketball court that we're going to have back there. It is situated on that south side because it actually shares between the cafeteria and the gym. We did get some feedback from the district that depending on which intermediate school, they sometimes have it where the students at recess want to play on that outside playground with the basketball courts while they're coming out of cafeteria. However, your athletics would also use that outdoor playground or outdoor basketball court sometimes as well. So having those features next to each other, the goal was for ease of monitoring during recess or times like that. So that way you don't have maybe teachers on the opposite ends of the facility. That's why we kept it towards that area. In addition to that, the green space where the basketball court is and that thing that's labeled a fire lane, you see these three kind of little blobs, these greenish blobs. Those are trees, and what those are acting as barriers to another green space. So similar to what you guys have at West Intermediate School, I do know you guys love that green kind of courtyard space with the shaded device. We are thinking of having something very similar as well. So that's designed for that portion will be coming in this next phase.
Okay, and my favorite subject is parking.
Yes.
So I see the orientation of the campus is going to be to the north and to the west. We've got a lot of green space on the south and the west. Why wouldn't we put parking on that side and have more of a green space? Sure, leave your innovation drive and your bus drop off and all that, but we've got a lot of wasted space on the south and west. So why wouldn't we have parking there and then have more green space at the front of the building?
So a lot of the reason why the parking is we did, during the conversations, there was want for a buffer between the school and the 2978. That is a very active road, and it does have the potential to be expanded within the future. I do know TxDOT is potentially expanding 2920. So there are potentials, that's not anytime soon necessarily, but I do know 2978, there could be expansions, different things. So with that, we wanted a buffer, and that was one of the things that the district also wanted. And so that is why the school is kind of set off. We did play with this orientation a whole bunch of different times. As it was said, it actually was the other way. The good thing about putting it to this backside and that parent is you are creating more of a connection with your guys' existing campus. The campus that you guys have for the rest of Tomball is towards that back area, so you're actually combining it with some of the parking and different things with the rest of the Tomball campus versus just that public space on the other side. In addition to that, this backside, it is a very tight site. So we are trying to utilize as much as possible for parking. There is a parking requirement within the city of Tomball that we are meeting currently, as well as trying to give you guys a little bit of additional space and a lot of that queuing. We do need a lot of curves and everything to get everybody queued up, especially when it comes to buses and parents, and to make sure you guys have proper turn radiuses when it comes to queuing. We know I can't imagine driving one of those buses, to be fair, but we do know you need a lot of turn radiuses for that. So keeping everything, pushing that school as south as we could on the spot allowed us to gain as much queuing as we possibly could, as well as giving you guys a good amount of parking. Putting more parking to the other side would have people in a part of your facility you don't want them necessarily walking to. They would have to walk around the whole building, and you would actually have to do another turnoff on the 2978, which, again, working with them, we are having to potentially put in a new light. When that happens, you can only have so many turn-ins with certain distances within the city code as well.
Thanks, Caitlin. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Is there any point in the process where we're asking our campus staff for feedback? For example, ask the librarian their thoughts on the library aisle. Functional, because they know functionally how these spaces will be used better than anyone.
We oftentimes will invite participation. We did an extreme amount of that when it came to the high school. With this one, there's a little more limited space, but we definitely have done that. And as you saw, our campus leader herself was there in part of that planning phase as well, without pulling them off of the work they're doing too much. Particularly even, let's say, in the athletic area and the different, as we've talked about, the different spaces.
Martha, I wanted to chime in on a couple things. So, and I don't know if this is to you or Caitlin, but I want to talk a little bit more about that space that's in the back. I understand what Caitlin was saying about the queuing on the front. But it feels like to me that the recreational space, the green space as Michael was calling it, that's available to the kids inside the secured fencing, feels a little small. Is there a way to expand that? I mean, would we not want to utilize more of the arc there? I get we still want to be off the road, but it seems like to me we got a lot of space back there, and maybe the kids need a little bit more than 3 basketball courts worth of space. Particularly if that fire drive is concreted.
So the fire drive that we're proposing would not be concrete there. We're proposing a different type of material that is actually pervious, so it lets water drain through it, so that way you guys don't have to deal with extra detention or retention, because that was already factored in on a different project before we even were here building this one.
Okay.
In addition to that, it is going to be it looks like grass almost when it's completely done. It's a little bit harder, but the kids will be able to play on it. The goal is that it is truly just a fire lane in case of emergencies, not something that is being used every day by any drivers.
Is there a way to utilize more of that, as Michael said, green space that's immediately behind the center of the arc?
Yes, so we can move the secure fencing. I will note, it gets a little hard when it comes to perspective and what size these are. So it looks fairly small on this plan, but it actually is a fairly large public green space.
Okay.
In addition to that protected courtyard, as well as the space down here, you do have the other courtyard that you see in green right in the middle of your school. What that is on the outside of your library on that first floor, we do have another protected courtyard space as well.
Can you try to get that photo? I don't think we fully show it in this presentation, but
Yes, so
I know it's where the fence is, I think.
it is. So
Okay.
this shows you the floor plan right coming out of that green quote-unquote library with the curved wall.
Right.
You can see that space that's green. That whole area, even
It's
though it's the two
open.
shades, it's open. It's showing a kind of concrete versus a grass. And let me go to the image that Dr. Zamora. So what you can't see behind this fence that you see below the Tomball ISD is that courtyard space. So you do have multiple courtyard spaces within this school facility.
And that's actually what made me start thinking too. I mean, would we not want to combine that space that's on the southwest side all the way around the arc to this space that appears to be, at least provide some amount of opening into the courtyard?
I want to underscore that. You're doing a more effective job as describing what I was probing for. I think we need greater space, green space.
We'll look at the measurements of that, especially comparable to the other schools, because I know they are, but I want to make sure we have the numbers because I don't have those with me.
I agree. I don't
These
have them with
students aren't
you.
getting less than any other intermediate child. sure.
No, and
By
what we-
scale, it's just hard to see it on a small picture.
It always looks hard on a small picture. So what we can do is we can provide you guys, so Dr. Zamora and the cabinet can update you all with what you have at West Intermediate School. That is your most recent one that was recently built. If you have any other ones you want us to compare against, we also can do that. But we can compare what we have here and then kind of just show you a little bit more zoomed in, a little bit more realistic
Yes.
perspective of what these spaces are.
Just feels like we could do soccer along, or some type of running sport along that part of the arc, whereas on the other side, we're limited to what it appears to me to be a U shape of basketball courts. So anyways.
Look at those.
Another question I had was going back to the stage/dining area. So if we utilize those windows, then I assume we would need to install like blackout curtains so
Yes.
that when it's utilized as a stage.
Yes, and per your guys' district standards, all glazing within your cafeteria has to have motorized blackout shades. For this type of glazing, glass, for this type of glass system, we would actually have curtains similar to what you'd used in actual theatrical space.
Close them up, black it out. and then
Yes.
you got that. Okay.
So that way it can function as a true stage for you guys.
Cool.
Other questions or comments? Thoughts? Thank you so much. Oh,
I'm excited.
one.
I didn't express it probably as much. Great job. Keep going. Let's open this school August 2028.
It will be, and it will be beautiful, and you will love it.
Awesome.
I am certain of that.
Awesome. Thank you guys so
Caitlin.
much.
Appreciate it. Great job. Okay, moving on to the review of the business agenda for February 10th, 2026. Tomorrow evening, I'd like to begin a conversation with the board about that. And I will begin this conversation with an apology. That doesn't happen often, but as a leader does, that's what you do. We have had, at least I counted 10 people, many of whom are up here, review this agenda. And I don't know if this has ever happened, but unfortunately, we have our meeting tomorrow set for 6:30. I think what happened is we have the special meeting and the template somehow didn't, I mean, it's set for the meeting date, time, always at 5:30. So I don't know if that meeting may have done that, but we will certainly look at that. My greatest apologies for anyone whose evening that might affect, but we cannot officially begin our meeting until 6:30 tomorrow evening based on how it was posted, and we have checked. This just came to my attention. If you saw me checking my phone, we checked different areas, and so my apologies, and that was, we'll do better on attention to detail. That was human error, and as we all know, that can happen from time to time. So we have consent agenda tomorrow evening. Several items there. I will put my little helpers here. Let's see. Moving on with item D,
Dr.
proposed.
Z, let's come back to that if you don't mind. So we will start this meeting tomorrow night at 6:30.
Yes, sir.
Instead of our traditional 5:30.
Yes, sir, because it was posted at,
Got it.
and we will follow
I just
the
wanna
letter
be
of the law.
very crisp on that.
Yes, sir. And if we tend to not have a lot of people come, but if anyone in the public would like to be here, our apologies, and my big apology to the board members that I know we'd like to get you home earlier, but you'll have the gift of time before the meeting. So there we go. All right, so going on, we have proposed library material and donation acquisitions, as we have continued to now have that on our consent agenda item, with some of the customary items on budget amendments and check register for January of 2026. We have two donations, one for $10,974.67 from Decker Prairie PTO to Decker Prairie Elementary, and one in the amount of $46,984.93 from Wildwood Elementary PTO to Wildwood Elementary School. We are asking you to approve one House Bill 3372 for outside employment contract. This last legislative session did have some specificity on administrators with specific titles and what they can do outside of the work. Anyone with the word superintendent in their title, a deputy, an associate, an assistant, a superintendent themselves, there are restrictions on what cannot be done, but anyone with an administrative contract, the board does need to approve as long as there is no conflict. This individual would like to work at teach at a university, I believe, and there is no perceived conflict, but as you all know, we are very careful and of course follow the letter of the law. J is looking at employment for the professional personnel, and that is ongoing when we look at the different contracts that are listed there subject to assignment. That is a completion of the consent agenda item, and we have A through I for considered agenda. This evening you heard the report from Karen Graves, and you did see several people are here in the audience that were part of that committee. Thank you again to them. We'd ask you to improve the instructional calendar for 27-28, and I will once again remind everybody that that is hopefully your summer vacation planner for families. You can plan 2 years in advance and get great tickets to Disney. Next, adopt the resolution regarding school closure and reopening due to inclement weather, ice, particularly for Mr. Beecher and any other new board member. If you recall, this is really for us to be able to pay members of our Team Tomball, our employees, that day that we did not work. For safety reasons, we ask for people to stay off the roads. We partner with the city of Tomball, as all other communities in this case. Fortunately, it was just for one day. I was not aware until much later that Dallas was actually closed for 4 and some 5 days. I guess I just thought we came back and everybody else did too. When I heard that, I thought, oh my goodness, they were snowed under for almost a week. The next is to approve a resolution making determination regarding TEC section 250823. And you have the backup information on that item, C. And then D is to approve the selection of Weaver, Tidwell to provide audit services under RFP number listed for the initial period from February 11th, 26 to December 31st, 27. And you have the option for a 3-year additional 1-year extension pending the board's approval or wish to do that based on the administrative recommendation.
Hey, Dr. Z.
Yes.
So thank you very much for putting this out on the street.
Yes.
And seeking requests for proposals. Weaver and Tidwell has provided these services to us in the past. So I think it's very healthy that we go out in the market
Yes.
and assess others that are in the audit services business. One question for you. While we are approving what looks to me like a 1 year, really February 2026 through December 31st, 2027, for each of the 3 additional 1-year extensions, the board will see those and we will approve
Yes,
those.
sir.
We're not approving.
It's not an automatic.
We're not approving 4 years, 5 years here.
Yeah, it's with the option of 3 additional 1-year extensions.
Okay, so my
it
ask would be that each time this comes up, we are approving it on a yearly basis for any time that we're looking at the 3 additional 1-year extensions.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We will do that.
Thank you.
It does look like the initial contract is going to cover 2 audits.
Correct. Okay. Moving on, as you know, Tomball West High School will be our next high school, opening up in August, and they would like some smart interactive panels there. So we are asking for the amount of $256,860 to be utilized with the TIPS number using Bond 2021 funds to Avanext for that purchase, and I'm excited about the just the fact that this project is coming together in such a beautiful way, technology being a big part of that. Band. It's one of those things. When you utilize something over time, you need to replace them. Band cycle, I know you had the notes in there, but it is time for Tomball Memorial High School to get new band uniforms in the amount of $205,663.50, utilizing the Buy Board Cooperative and Bonds 2025 funds. And of course, that was something that was in the bond project. And again, I had asked for an explanation, so I know you had a little information so you understand the cycle, how many years, and the fact that it's not one time and they all need them. It's based on when we got them. And when they, part of it too is the size of the band. As you know, we now have an A band and a B band. I know that's not the terms that they use there, but the band is so large that also means additional uniforms. But I'm excited that many kids can participate in band, because being a band student myself, I think it teaches a lot about leadership and a lot about life. I believe you have a question.
So yeah, one question is, you were talking about the size of the band. So as we open West,
yes,
right? So how do we manage that from over ordering, if you will, for Memorial?
So we already know, as far as students in the, you will have some move in, but we basically know the number of students we have that are slated to go there, that are in band.
Right.
You don't begin in high school in the band. That's something you start much younger. So that one's actually a little bit easier, and you always order some over for things that happen, things that tear or break or get lost.
But we're going to
Sometimes
have a
that happens.
natural decline
Yes.
year over year.
Yes.
Right?
So they'll take that, I see what you're saying, I'm sorry. Yes, they'll take
years
that
out
into
from now.
consideration for the growing blue band, because it will lose members, of course. Right. And Paulette is very involved in all of that.
Okay.
And we'll assure that she's somewhere here. There she is.
Okay. So we have a handle on how to do that calculus, because we know West will be growing.
Yeah.
But
We've actually done this once before. Remember when Tomball High,
Absolutely.
they had to split to Tomball Memorial? That's taken into consideration.
But I didn't know if we ordered band uniforms. I can't remember whether we ordered band uniforms a couple years before Memorial was to open.
No, you don't do, well, I wasn't here, but I wouldn't think they would have done that.
But that's what we're going to do here, though, right? We're going to order band uniforms.
But we already
2
know
years.
who's going to Tomball West.
Yeah.
Because it opens up this
Right.
August.
Okay.
Yeah. These? Oh, I think we've already done those. No, not yet. Tomball West have not been ordered. No, that's still in, what she has just ordered is the going to state award-winning mariachi group. Those uniforms have just been ordered. We're tweaking them just a little, but she's almost there. So you will be getting the information on West soon.
I was just wanting to make sure that how we work that calculus, that we don't over order for the blue when
we know that some will be,
gonna be
and that's
going
for
down.
everything. That's for athletics. That's for everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we are, as you know, Bond 2025 was filled with many things, one of them being chillers. You'll see this continue to happen. We'd ask for you to approve a DBR Engineering Consultants for the chiller repair replacement package for campuses and facilities for total cost of $434,000 based on an estimated $6,200,000 construction budget from, again, Bond 2025 funds. And I know that the backup did specify where these chillers, that's just part of age. And one of the things that I appreciate that our community understood, that you do have to replace things as they age. The last item for the evening tomorrow, for the meeting tomorrow evening, is to approve the employment. We are at that time of the year for professional personnel to work under a probationary contract, one-year term contract, one-year term dual assignment contract, and every other contract that is listed for the 26-27 school year at the Tomball ISD salary schedule, subject to assignment. And that includes, but is not specific to just directors, assistant directors, principals, assistant principals, associate principals, assistant superintendents, coordinators, CFO, chief academic officer, COO, dean, deputy superintendent, district translator, executive directors, general counsel, managers, network engineer, program analysts, school support officer, staff accountants, senior software engineer, security systems advisor or administrator, technology service supervisor, accountant, and tax assessor collector. And that will conclude the meeting for tomorrow evening, with the exception of a special meeting that will be just going over board operating procedures now that you have we have a rounded off team of 8. Any questions, thoughts, comments? Again, my apologies for the time, but you get a little bit more time during the day, and we will begin our meeting promptly at 6:30.
Dr. Z, item C, I wanted to ask, so that's in regard, if my understanding is correct, the Senate Bill 11 regarding prayer in schools?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
I've heard there's one district that's actually larger than us that did adopt a policy. Can you find that policy and maybe send it to us just so we can look and see what a district that did adopt it, how their policy looks like?
I can certainly do that. I'm not aware of any district. Could you share the name?
It's Keller ISD. Just so I could see what it would look like, maybe even a conversation with their superintendent to see. I don't know if they've implemented it yet, maybe starting in this coming school year, but I just want to look at all the options and how it could be implemented possibly.
They would be the only district that I'm aware of in the
Okay.
state of Texas that has done that, but I will definitely reach out to their superintendent.
And I'm specifically curious about the possibility of lunchtime. If there could be a possibility that a space could be set aside during the lunchtime. I'm thinking that because I know we have the clubs, the different Cougars for Christ and Cats for Christ. My daughter doesn't get to participate in those because she's at the Ag Barn every morning before school. So talking to some of the students, they thought it would be a good idea if there's a space available during the lunch times. I don't know if that's even possible, but I would like to explore that possibility.
I will get on that tomorrow morning. Any other comments, thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I think I'd like to go back on that if we're gonna talk about it. But for me, I feel like the policy that or the processes that are in place that are required by the state in order to have this kind of quote unquote period are extremely restrictive. And I don't think it's adding to what we currently have. I understand what you're saying, but of course, people who couldn't make it in the morning, then at least during the lunch period, they would have that time for them to reflect, pray, read the Bible, whatever they want to do. But they don't have to be segregated, because the way this policy works, if we adopt it, is you have to segregate those individuals that want to be part of this. They must be out of earshot and eyesight of everybody else. And in my beliefs, Christ has asked us to be witnesses. And so I don't see how this policy helps in any way. So I think what we offer our students right now is perfect for our community. So I don't really like what the state has put out there, and I don't know what it was intended to do, but I don't think to me, it's very restrictive, and it's not something that I support.
I think the only difference is like reading of scripture out loud. Yes, it has to be a separate space, an empty classroom that's not being used at that time, but the student's right to pray at any time is a silent prayer, and this would offer an opportunity to have group out loud prayer, or just read, let's read one chapter of Proverbs each day, and it's a 10-minute time during lunch or maybe after school. I don't know. I never want to pick up my daughter at 2:40 because the parking lot is a disaster. Maybe it'd be good for the 15 minutes after the ending bell of a space provided for the reading of scripture. I don't know. Let's be creative, but
right now, right? They four or five people could get around a table in the cafeteria, and they don't have to be quiet. They can all talk to each other and witness their faith to one another and discuss whatever they want to discuss.
And they also can read scripture out loud, pray together, whatever they choose, without being restricted. I believe that our community will want their children to be able to share their faith with the least most restrictive opportunities, and I think that our district provides that. And if they want to have a club or something, they can get with their administration and try to set up a club after school, before school, or something like that. But I believe that this bill is very restrictive and would cause damage to our district. So that's my intake.
Do you have information? It's just saying the detail they're looking at to allow time. So I was asking our president, I do have the information based on the vote, September 24th, 2025, from Keller ISD board. It was a 4-3, so clearly not unanimous, but the approval to approve the resolution requiring campuses to provide voluntary period for student and staff prayer and religious text reading. It basically does say, well, the highlight is Keller school board members sparred Wednesday, as I'm not sure how we would define sparring, but basically the key details they came up with on the policy are the purpose, the implementation, the logistics, and the context. And it looks as if some of the concerns we have, as far as the administration is now tasked with drafting specific regulations regarding the timing, the location, and one thing we've talked a lot about is the supervision of these periods, because you can't just have children in some room isolated without supervision, and that can sometimes be challenging at lunchtime with lunch supervision. It goes into the logistics. The policy stipulates that these are voluntary, student-led, or private. Sessions should not be in the direct view, as we've talked about, where others are able to hear. And then context. While some trustees, apparently 4 did, supported this as a way to allow voluntary expression, others expressed concerns regarding the potential logistical challenges, redundancy of the policy, and were just not in overall support of this opportunity. So that went into effect, or at least that was voted on, as you mentioned, in Keller. I was not aware of that.
I'm curious if they have actually implemented it or not.
I'll reach out and
what
find out.
Their ideas are for doing it. Just trying to do my homework to see what the possibilities are. And point of information for the president, what is the purpose of the special meeting tomorrow, and how should we prepare for it?
Special meeting is to review the board operating procedures.
To review them as they are currently?
Yeah, there's some updates that we need to make now that we have Mr. Beecher, and probably we need to refresh them because it's been over a year since
Okay.
we've looked at them.
So this is our opportunity to propose amendments and discuss them? Okay, thank you.
Real quick, going back though, Jennifer, what you said, I mean, yeah, I bet they don't have like an administrative guideline in place yet, right? Because all they did, I think, was vote on the resolution, but the statute lays out,
What you
a
have to
big
do.
framework, and that's where all those restrictions are. So they're gonna have to logistically figure out how to comply with all those, the consent, the out of earshot, out of eyesight. They're gonna have to figure out how to do all that.
And also, they're all in one, it's one space for every religion. So I think it opens up, parents not knowing what their child's exposed to different religions. I know that I have a very, very Catholic friend that won't allow her child to go to another youth group because they don't want their child going to a non-denominational youth group. My kids go to all different youth groups. We're Methodist, but they'll go to, their friends' non-denominational youth groups. So I feel like I just don't want to take that control away from the parents, from what their child's exposed to when it comes to religion.
Yeah, I see this, and I know I'm jumping into this, this being my first meeting and everything, but just it's pulling resources away from instructional support, which is what we're here for at the district, and then it does, in my view, it adds additional restrictions that something we're already able to accommodate. So find the least restrictive way to do something, and that's usually a pretty good path to take. And so, at least what I'm reading right now, that's a view that I have. So,
I will have that information available, though, tomorrow evening. I will turn the meeting back over to our president at this time.
All right, well, at this time, the board will be going into closed session, but I think before we do that, because I'm not sure how long we will be there, I'll give the board an opportunity for comments.
I would like to say, welcome, Patrick. You have completed our board, so let's give him a hand. So I look forward to working with you, and if you need anything, just let me know, and we can do the best we can for this great district.
thank you very much. I think everybody I've met, community members, other board members, administration, incredibly welcoming, and just reaffirms the decision I made to pursue this position and put myself up for the interview process, which was very rigorous. And so, thank you to everyone here. I need your support. I appreciate all the support and help you can give as I jump into this. But I look forward to adding my voice to this esteemed group here to help keep Tomball ISD thriving. Thank you.
And I just want to congratulate all of the cheer teams. I just got back from Orlando a few hours ago where Tomball Memorial took first place at Nationals. Tomball High School took third, which I think that's school history for both. Is that right? And then Tomball High School's JV took first place also. So I was telling Dr. G, we kept waiting for the arena to clear out because we wanted to get in the center and watch the kids, and no one was moving. And I asked the guy in front of us, they were from Colorado, and he said, well, we're waiting on the Tomball teams. We want to watch them. And I was like,
I love that.
And we travel so well. I would bet that probably each athlete had at least one parent there with them.
I love that. Yes,
It's nice.
Great job to all of them. And I believe there's something about the coach.
Yes, I don't, she did receive coach, do you have that information, Jennifer?
Very nice.
Coach Ellison,
Very
yeah.
nice. Very good.
Very cool.
That's exciting.
So I just had two things. Kogo, you did a great job, but welcome, Patrick. So I'm glad you're here. The second thing was I just wanted to give a shout out to you and your team, your entire administrative body for the all hands on deck approach you give to the FFA show.
Oh, that was
We
fun.
had a wonderful 50th anniversary show. At least 3 people up here had children that were showing.
That's right.
It was a fantastic time. Your comms team did a great job of getting the word out there, producing videos, making it a real celebration. And then you could not drive up to that campus without seeing a central office, 3 or 4 or 5 central office.
Chauffeuring or doing something?
Yes, central office administrators doing chauffeuring, pointing you in the direction. And I know a few of them were pretty cold.
Yeah, it got a little cool.
It was a little cold out there, but no, I just really thank you to everyone that makes that show what it is. And I know it takes everybody, probably everybody in this room had something to do with it. And really appreciate that. And I think it was a great success because I believe the number is...
I was going to report that now.
Okay.
We are over $1.1 million. Exciting. Carla, where are you, Carla? I see Bob. Okay, Carla is not here right now. But the team, led by Dr. Webb and supported by everybody, because so many people had a hand in this, and many of our staff had children as well that showed animals and sold animals, and it's exciting, being a child that was a part of that, and then my children were a part of that. I love what that does for you as a person, and I think there's so many great messages and life lessons as well. So to be able to see that much money, it just is a reminder that our vendors, our partners, our community, our businesses really do support our children in so many different facets. But 1.1 million, that was the goal, and we surpassed it.
That's great.
And that, to me, is definitely keeping Tomball thriving and what the definition of destination excellence is. So thank you. That's a great something to point out. Thank you.
And the kids right now are at the show barn receiving their list of buyers and donors. And so y'all probably all know, but for those that don't, the students will be required to write a thank you note to every donor, even if they donated $10. And the teachers will check that those letters were written properly before the checks are distributed. I think that's a wonderful life lesson for the kids. I would actually like to participate. I was going to ask maybe if Dr. Webb could give me a handful of, the show sponsor to maybe write a few thank you notes myself as a board member. And yes, it was cold in the mornings, but then the sun came out, and I know Dr. Webb and Mr. Thompson were out there getting sunburned at the show. So thank y'all again for all the boots on the ground work to make it run smoothly.
Thank you. Other comments?
Letter, don't you, to every buyer? Go out to every buyer.
Sure, we'll have to check on that. I really don't know.
So I'm just going to say one other thing before we go forward into closed session. I had the opportunity, although quickly, to go by the Rodeo Art Show last Saturday, and we're a lucky district. We have some really talented kids, even from the little bitty ones up to the high school. Those pictures, if you didn't get to see it, you missed out because they were really good.
Many of them are on the website, so if you get a minute to visit the website, they are exceptional. It's hard to imagine. How do you pick? I don't know. Very difficult.
Yeah, I would just like to underscore some comments. Patrick, welcome. A lot of people on the wall right there to guide and look for inspiration as we've worked with many of them, focused on student outcomes. And so look forward to partnering with you and continue our great, I love the Keep Tomball Thriving comment that you made, so that's wonderful. And kudos to the 50th anniversary of the FFA show. What an exciting time. And I know it's an accomplishment when the district's chief academic officer is the chief parking officer.
And he did it well.
Yeah, that's duties as otherwise specified. That's tremendous. So thank you to you and your whole team for a great event. And so very proud to Tomball proud. Thank you.
Anyone else? Patrick, welcome again, and
Thank you. All right, one more, just want to point out at the art show, my daughter participates in that, but exciting to see that we had 3 pieces of artwork go to auction.
Yes.
And 14 total that were down there, 11 special merit, and then 3 that were going to auction. So exciting to see. So, thank you to Paulette and her team.
all right, since we've got comments out of the way, at this time, the Board of Trustees will now convene in a closed meeting for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, including but not limited to the following sections and purposes: Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with Board Attorney regarding all matters as authorized by law; Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property; Texas Government Code 551074, deliberation regarding appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee; and Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding security personnel or devices. Let me remind everyone, no voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 7:24. We'll go into closed session.
Stephen, par for the course at this point. Okay.
To me, Martha, this was addressed to the board president.
Please.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, that will never be revisited. I am good. I am
We
so
probably
good.
should talk about it.
No, I don't think we need to talk about it at all. I think the decision is made. It was great.
This on to some other board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Someone else can have
Good.
that great honor.
You know
It is an honor, but it's an honor that will never, I won't revisit
Proud
in my
to
life.
say that
You know, that stay when you're on top,
tore your
baby.
tendon,
Well, I
broke your
mean,
leg.
after that, she had the ACL,
Yeah.
and then she goes and competes. They have to airlift her off the,
Horrible.
yeah.
No.
Let me go out with my gold.
I can't handle that visual.
Don't airlift me off.
That's terrible.
Because I was superintendent of the year back in 23. There's a
Every
get-
year, the
And I
president
was
gets a
like,
package.
No.
So,
No.
but we paused.
Yeah,
we
we
stopped.
did.
We looked. We listened.
Yeah, you
and
go.
your answer is no.
Yeah.
You ready? The board will now reconvene in open meeting. The time is 10:21. At this time, I will take a motion for adjournment, since we've already done comments.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. White, second by Mr. McStravick. All in favor? Meeting's adjourned.
Okay, Janice, do I